we get for record for posterity. There you go. So deep in the jungle, in the misty jungle, three men stand before a tree with a mud mark on what would be a general eye level. The jungle is silent, except for a few buzzing insects and a river running a few stone throws away. Boy,
I scratch my chin and look to my brother and say, "You think we got enough of a gift for Bird?"
Counting the pile that we've amassed, spending some decent amount of time, I look back at my brother, and I nod in approval, and I say, "I believe we do. I think this is more than plenty, and I think even if in taste it's not a fan, it's made up for in quantity. I think this will be good. I have faith, brother." And I also look at Barkeeter as well, and I say to him, "Do you think we're all set to go? I think we have all the fish and all the berries we need." And I look to the rest of the group to make sure we're all on the same page.
Barkeeter has a stern look on his rough, bearded face. He nods, but his eyes betray that he's far away in thought. Beside him, there is Pointy Tooth. Pointy Tooth is slouching a bit, low to the ground, with a spear in hand, and he says, "Yes, yes."
Excellent. I continue to speak, and I say, "So if everything goes well, we will be able to trade these fish with berries placed within them for perhaps an egg or a handful of eggs from this bird. And should we do that, we have a real opportunity to get something going on this landmass and get something started for our people to soon expand upon." And I look at the others, each with a moment of silence, and I say, "Gentlemen, we have a real opportunity to do something for the tribe here. I have faith that today's going to be a day of great change."
Nods.
I bounce from one foot to the next, excited at the opportunity, big grin on my face. Yes, they will know. This is gonna be the future, Zap. The future.
Indeed, it is the future, and I think it's a future that we should be very cautious and careful on. Yet we need to move quickly. I look up at the sky, trying to gauge as to how much time we may possibly have left in the day. And I look back at the crew and I say, in case things don't work out, and of course we're dealing with an animal, we should have a fallback plan. We should be able to defend ourselves at a moment's notice because we still don't know what we're dealing with. And I look at my brother and I say, "Boy, you think you're still good and your arm can be trusted during our times of need. Think you can sling those rocks?
I flex my large arm backwards, giving a subtle flex with the small and puny muscle. Yeah, I can do it. I'm a good throw, as long as he doesn't jump me. Yeah, I'm good.
Of course, I'll protect you. And I look at the others and I say, Bark Eater and Tooth, you think we can trust your spears during a possible time of need once more?
Pointy Tooth looks with a stuffed chest now. He stands up straight. Yes. Well, family. We are family. We protect you. You protect us. Bark Eater, though, still with stern voice as well. He says, yes, I will fight alongside you like kin. He looks at you, Sap. But something makes my stomach growl. An animal that speaks. And he scratches his beard, looking like kind of flustered.
Clearly, something is eating away at you, Bark Eater. You can share. I think it's important that we're all on the same page.
Yes, speaking animal is bad. If they think, who knows, can it lay a trap? Scary.
He looks at Boy like approvingly. Exactly. We are in its land. It could be trap. He points a finger at the mud markings. Why did it do this?
You have a very good point, and that's something that I don't think any of us could ignore. I begin scratching my chin, entering deep thought.
Besides, you won't trade eggs. Mothers don't part way with their younglings.
Oh, you're right, Bark Eater. You're right.
I take a moment to pause and reflecting on myself, and I say, you make a very good point, Bark Eater. I didn't think of this before. Clearly, while this bird may have a level of intelligence we haven't met before, there's no reason to think that it would try to barter with us, especially if it's young. It's young. It's its children. Nobody gives away their babies. And it could be very well a trap. But I think that perhaps we can try to negate this trap. And I think that between the four of us and only one of them, assuming there's only one bird, I think we could still come out of this with a handsome payday. But I think it's important that we're all content on this plan, because if there's a sense of doubt from any one of us, then I don't believe that this plan should be commenced.
We think as much as we could. It's time for action. And I shake off all the ants and centipedes from my foot from standing around all this time and start walking along the steps of the footprints.
I then take another moment to pause.
Pointy Tooth.
And I see the pointy tooth.
Steps. He steps forward, looking back and forth at Boy and Sep, and says, "They may not part with eggs, but they may understand to we not prey.
Right.
He nods at Sep approvingly.
We are not prey by any stretch of the imagination, and clearly the Kikis know that, and the birds too shall know that, and so shall the rest of this land. And I do have a plan in mind for our exchange. Would you gentlemen like to hear what I've come up with?
Talk and walk, brother.
They look
Talk
at
and
We
walk.
have no time to waste.
Of course. I look back up at the sun, and something that ever so slowly it moves across the sky. Time is limited. And walking while talking, and following the tracks of this bird, I explain the plan. And I say, so because I am initiating this plan, and it is my idea, I think it's important that I take the front approach. I'll be bringing the fish towards the bird and try to make an exchange. And brother, boy, when
Yes.
before I do this exchange, I'm going to hand you a potion that increases your eyesight. You'll have the vision and the eyes of the sharpest birds, hunters in the sky. And should anything go south, and if I need to run, if I'm in danger, I am gonna need your eyesight to help protect me from a distance. And I want you to stay away from these birds, so you will not be next to me. Is that understood?
Yes. Yes. Of course. Okay. Okay.
Excellent. And I look towards Pointy Tooth. I say, Pointy Tooth, I did think about going alone. That was an initial thought that I had, but I think that if you would be brave, that I think you should accompany me by my side as I make this exchange with the bird. And should it become hostile, then two is better than one in self-defense. And then I look towards Bark Eater. When I say Bark Eater, I also I want you to be in the distance between my brother and Pointy Tooth and I. That way, in case if he's in danger, you can quickly run to him, and if we're in danger, you can help us defend. And I look at the rest of the group. Does this make sense?
I scratch my head, completely lost.
Bark Eater
I throw
interjects
stone? Yeah.
as his sounds of feet cracking some leaves and sticks, twigs. Yes, good formation, good plan. You boy, you stay in the back and be ready. Be ready to attack, defend.
Yes. Boy will be our scout and our defense from a distance, for sure. I trust his aim.
Do I slurp this now, brother?
No. Before we go out to make the exchange, I will hand you. Here, I'll give it to you now.
Okay.
But
Oh, yes.
when we make the exchange, then you'll sip the beverage. And don't worry, I made it a little tastier this time, so it's bearable.
Yeah.
I know my drinks aren't the easiest to drink down.
Let's fight the bird.
All right. I look at everyone else. All right, let's go. And
As people are walking, Pointy Tooth, look, another marking on tree. Very, very like the first one. It gives us direction.
Indeed.
And the fog is slowly dissipating or becoming thinner, rather saying, as the sound of the river becomes more and more distant and less audible. And several sparse trees with markings.
There's so many trees. I don't see the sky. But I think we walk uphill.
I'll second that. I continue walking, listening, keeping an eye out for any potential threats.
The foliaged mud gets in a more acute angle, and the markings on the trees with mud now have some scratched marks, as if a claw on both sides, and the slope, the upward slope, has clear markings of a bird's foot climbing it up. Look, Barkeeter says. Boy is right. I think they went upwards.
And we too shall go upwards, following the path, cautiously.
Barkeeter, almost on force, using his hands to not lose grip on the mud slope, climbs up, and his head clearly focusing on the scratch marks. Pointing Tooth after him says, "These are deep scratches. Bird has claws."
We should make sure that we don't let those claws get anywhere near us.
You're right, Tooth. Those would make great knives.
They would. A great material for knives, for sure.
The other two grunt in acknowledgement. Mm-hmm. Yes. Snapping branches and roots. Above the slope, the trees, they still dance, but sparser now. More light coming in from the sky. Paints a more bushy area than forested. Foliage up to neck and chest height. Up ahead, and Barkeeter says, "We have to cross just the bushes. Do you think they could be here?"
You never know. And I lean down, pick up a small rock or a twig that's next to me, and I gently toss it into the bushes to startle anything that may be hiding there.
The sound of the rock hitting several stems, and they shake, dropping some dew, but nothing else. I guess it's safe. Pointed to the stairs.
Seems to be clear. I continue to walk and tread cautiously.
Lowering myself to cover up to my chest in the bush itself. Following behind the group. Stone at the ready.
The foliage proves very firm, making the passage a bit hard. Barkeeter, holding his stone knife, is trying to open some way, but failing to walk through the bushes. This is bothersome. Moving slowly due to it. Up in the sky, though, some flying birds can be seen.
Oh, Sep, Look at those. Pink,
Oh,
blue, yellow.
good eye, brother. Yes, they have a variety of colors. Nice. Very pretty sight to see while chest deep in all this foliage. Take a second to admire the birds, but quickly returning to our mission, trying to stay focused on the task at hand.
I listen to the song the
The-
birds make.
A strange call, not very unlike any other bird calls on the main island where the village resides. Pointy Tooth mentions they make pretty adornments. So many colors. As he
Ooh.
pushing through the thick foliage.
You know, after we get these eggs and we sail back and we set up a little base on the beach, we can hunt these birds and bring them back to the tribe. And I'm sure the ladies would like these colors for sure. I think they would find them very beautiful.
Why wait? They are here now. I think I can reach them. I can reach one. Yes, one. Yes.
I look at my brother and I say, "Well, brother, if you think you have the aim, I'm not going to stop you. But remember, we have a mission for those eggs."
The other two stop on their tracks. Do you think you can see where it will fall? Barkeeter asks.
The light is good. Not too many trees. The bushes make it hard. We have to find it. But with those colors, yes, we should be able to. I start slowly rotating my sling, taking an angle, wait for the tree, for the bird to sit on a branch, listening to it chirp. Quite a big distance, but with my quick aim, I can cover such distance as well.
One of the birds perches itself on a branch, a far branch, head tilting to many angles.
The stone flies.
Yep.
Good. I'm deciphering. No.
The stone hits the branch of maybe a foot to the side where it's perched. As it screams, some feathers floating away from it, and it fly off. Some of the other birds, sing, yell as well, getting agitated. Oh, Pointy Tooth lets a sigh.
No.
There's always next time, Barkeeter says.
Have my brother on the
Hanging.
shoulder. Hey, it's all right. There'll be
Good
plenty
shot,
of time.
though. Very close. I would not be able, but Barkeeter says.
I nod and look into my bag with a couple of baubles and stones. Yeah. Okay. We move. Yes?
All right. We move.
traversing the thick foliage and bushes proves a bit time consuming. The sun moved at least a palm or two in the sky. Finally, after this long patch of bushes, there's a dirt ground ahead with very few little trees now and a few standing rocks on this large plain where you find yourselves. Barkeeter and Pointy Tooth are sweating with sweat beads encrusted with mud on their faces and necks. Do you see any signs of Big Bird?
Looking around, I say, not yet, but we should be ready whenever. I make sure I get my ready my sharp teeth knuckles ready at any time, just in case. And I look at my brother and I say, "Boy, do you see anything?"
I look. There's still a tree. Let me climb. I look over to one of the trees, just 20 feet away, scurry over to it, planting my hand, see if the bark is strong and not rotting or breaking away.
Very firm bark.
Let me look.
I shout out to you and I say, "Hey, watch out for the green dust. You don't want to get a rash again, brother." And I chuckle as
Yes,
he climbs.
Very, very dry bark. The humidity from near the river is very non-present here. With an advantage point, you can see up ahead several rocks, flat rocks, and up above, in a maybe a few 200 meters away, some birds, dark birds, are circling the sky. But so many rocks, so many nooks and crannies in this, rock forest, if we can call that. This rocky plains with jagged rocks.
I yell down to the ants on the floor, looking up at me. I see birds. They fly. They fly in circles around many rocks.
Barkeeter and Pointy Tooth look at you, Sap.
The rocks look like there's holes between them. Be careful. We don't want to break a leg there.
That would be very inconvenient, especially given the situation that we're in, I say. And seeing how, looking at the sky, haven't seen any clouds. Dictate that we're probably not going to be slipping on these rocks, but we should be very careful as well. This is looking more and more dangerous. But then I look up at Boy high in the tree and I say, "If there's so many rocks over there, maybe you can go shopping for a new wall to stare at, Boy." And I begin laughing.
The other two chuckle along.
Good idea, Sap. As I slide down the last bit of the bark
This might be paradise
towards
for
the
you.
floor.
Barkeeter and Pointy Tooth, they slowly start walking to the direction of the rocks. short grass on your feet. Dry as well.
Following behind
coming.
the group.
Of course. Watching my brother make sure he gets safely down the tree so we can walk together and continue the path.
I'm here.
All right. That's onwards.
Maybe
Skipping.
after 2-3 minutes, the sun hitting the rocks, they create a almost mirage effect where the images, the light reflecting from the rock distorts the background of it.
Sep,
Looks
there's
hot.
weird magic over there.
I'm not sure if it's magic, but
Barkeeter
it definitely looks strange.
like no, see this before, and he points. When sun very hot, that happens.
Yes? Is it hot and bad choo-choo?
I think it's just hot, no bad choo-choo.
He Pointed Tooth balances itself on one foot and grabs the other leg, like touching the sole of his feet. Look, we could go above. And he points to a very large opening on these rocks piled on top of each other. There's underground too. You can go below.
Now, taking a second to really think about this, hand heavy on the chin, I think. I wonder what possible benefits would we have if we went above rather than below, and vice versa. And I just thinking for a moment, but quickly coming to the conclusion. I look at the other group and I say, well, I'm not sure if it really matters all that much. We can't really see for sure. The only thing I could think of is if we go below, then perhaps we'll be protected from the elements, but we don't know if there's anything hiding there. The plus side is if we go on the upper path, then we can see everything, but we can be exposed to any animals as well.
If Barkeeter says stones are hot, we do not want to walk on them. Very bad. I know a lot about walls. You do not walk on them when they are hot. It will burn a lot.
Very true. Very true.
Barkeeter says, and it's very hot. I think I enjoy some shade.
Yes.
Then we shall walk on the lower path with plenty of shade.
Yes.
And begin walking in that direction. Leading the path.
A somewhat loud bzzz, and in front of Boy, a tiny bug, but long, with two giant for its proportion eyes, red eyes, just stops and floats in front of you. Its wings buzzing very fast. This long green bug with two giant eyes stops in front of you.
I smack it aside.
Some goo on your fingers.
Yeah.
As it is darted to the side.
Like, wipe it at my short pants. Yeah.
You okay,
The
brother?
green smear spread all across. Long bug, red eyes. The goo it doesn't want to come from my fingers.
Bugs. Bugs sometimes tasty, Pointy Tooth says.
I prefer bird.
Could have some nutrition, brother. You never know. You know. And I walk over to a nearby branch or nearby bush. Try to gather a couple of leaves and pass it off to my little brother so he can wipe his hands properly.
I'm not finding out. I'm not that hungry, brother.
Yes, of
Bugs.
course
Yeah.
not.
Bark Eater goes ahead, now already facing the jagged entrance from the rocks, like trying to look very hard to see, too dark. But look safe. He looks back. Look safe. Only bugs.
Mm.
Let's go down. Is there?
Perhaps.
Can
He
we
enters
walk
in.
down?
Perhaps
Yes.
can. But maybe we should be able to put together a light source before we go too deep. I'm not sure where this is going to take us.
He yells from inside. We can walk okay. Can see okay too. His voice kind of echoing a bit. Come on in. Come on in. He
All
goes
right, well,
ahead.
that seems okay to me. And I look at my brother and I walk in after them.
The
Yes.
change in temperature is drastic. The cool dirt on your feet, as well a cooler air. Pointy Tooth, as soon as he steps in, lets a sigh of relief. Much better. Eyes still adjusting to the light change. On the walls of the stones, some bugs of different colors, shapes, and sizes, they scutter around. It's almost a maze of rocks where some points are covered by covering the sun, others some openings. Okay, it's this beautiful cascade of light in this rock labyrinth.
I walk slowly, looking at the walls, looking at the sky, what shines through. It will be difficult to climb out. We should keep in mind where we are here.
Indeed. I respond and I continue to put some purple berries, splat them against the rocks, just to make sure we can backtrack as we progress forward. And I also note, and I look at the group and look at the rocks, and I say, if we need to find shelter for the night, perhaps we can probably also hide up in here as well, in case we don't make it before dark. I think we have a long journey behind us if when we do get these eggs.
Do you still have some Kiki left? Barkeeter asks. Still a bit, a few paces up ahead. Pointy Tooth. He pulls off like a leg already gnawed on. All I have left.
I point at the wall full of bugs. Well, you like them so much. There's a lot of fear.
Pointy Tooth says, good point, and marches ahead. Plenty of food.
Oh, yes. That's Pointy Tooth, all right. And continue walking through the rock labyrinth and occasionally stopping and helping the other members traverse the rocky landscape as well.
Many bugs on the shaded sides of this pathway, and up ahead, Barkeeter suddenly stops, staring at a wall. Zero motion, no twitching whatsoever. He stops, staring at a wall face, a rock face. Look, Pointy Tooth says. Behind you, Seth. Look. And he points to Barkeeter up ahead. Barkeeter!
I turn around and I look to see what's going on.
He still head fixated on the wall. Pointy Tooth kind of jogs up to him, spear in hand. What happened? And as soon as he stands beside Barkeeter, he soon becomes motionless and stares at the rock face, leaving you two a few meters behind. There's sun hitting the rock face they're staring at.
I step forward to Sap and grab him by the forearm, holding him back.
What? I don't understand what's going on. Is he okay? What's going on, Barkeeter? Puzzled and concerned.
It's bad choo-choo. This is bad choo-choo for sure, Sap. Do you know bad choo-choos around? We cannot go there. We will get stuck.
Well, not looking at the spot where Barkeeter looked, I approach Pointy Tooth and Barkeeter and examine him and see try to figure out what's going on with him.
Is it a net? Like a spider?
I'm not sure.
Pointy Tooth breaks contact with the wall, looks at you, Seth, and with his hand he touches the stone wall. Looks up, and on the wall there is some drawings of human figures with spears, some animals, and some of them look like Big Bird. Looks up.
He broke the choo-choo. Wow.
Looking at the stone drawings.
I look at Sap if he turns into a salt statue.
I turn to my brother and I say, I think we're okay. But looking back at the stone wall, I look down at Barkeeter and I look at the rest of the group and I look and I see the figures, I see the sticks, and I see the big bird carved into the rock. And I look at the back of the group and I say, we're dealing something with you guys. This is we need to be careful. We need to be on guard at all times.
Shaky voice, Barkeeter says, do you think Bird made this? And genuine fear on this grown man's face as he looks over at you too.
I look at my brother and I say, "Brother, this may seem like a strange request, but since you like to stare at walls so much, do you think you can tell if this is a man-made drawing or if this is a animal-made drawing?" And don't worry, I don't think there's bad choo-choo here.
I stare at the wall. Looking over the pictures, putting my hand on the surface, touching the drawings. Look at my fingertip if it comes off or is carved. Feeling the stone. Is it the same stone from at home? No. No, this is not island stone.
They look at both of them are looking at you, Point Eater and Pointed Teeth and Bark Eater, looking at you, eyes wide.
Take a deep breath, thinking about this.
This takes a while, Sep. You cannot simply stare at wall.
Of course. I too place my hand on the wall and try to perceive if there's anything that, any mental images that may arise within my mind's eye. See if I can see anything.
You may roll your check.
Nothing comes to mind. Sometimes I get some guidance, and not now. But I think it's clear is that someone or something's been watching us, and we definitely need to be on guard. I look at Bark Eater, who's very much consumed by concern and fear. And
I don't think so, Sep.
what do you mean?
Staring at the wall. No. This pictures, they are... It takes too long, you know. Walls are hard. He saw us on the same day as now. And we did not see bird.
Who else would it be? Could it be the Kikis watching us from a distance?
Kikis live in the trees. There's no tree down here.
And we haven't seen a Kiki in a long time either. Finally having
Bark Eater.
I turn to Bark Eater. He seems to
Shaky voice. Nobody ever left the island. We first. Still staring at the pictures showing humanoids with spears hunting some beasts, and some big birds scattered as well on the rock face.
You know, when I begin to speak, perhaps, maybe not from our tribe, but maybe we're not the only people who have been on this landmass. I don't think we're the first ones. Yes, it doesn't make sense that an animal would do this. Perhaps it's other people from other tribes. We may not be alone.
from above the jagged rocks that make this underbridge. Some scuttling can be heard. Something heavy walking by, and a shadow above the cracks of the rocks. Bargator he falls to the ground, trying to grasp his spear.
You okay, Bargator?
What?
Something above. He's low to the ground now, so his pointed tooth also drops very low, holding his spear with both hands. Looking at the foot long, maybe 2 feet long gaps of the rocks that are all piled up, that makes this underpassage.
Shark teeth knuckles ready just in case anything tries to drop. I very gently nudge my brother. I say, "Brother, do you see anything with your eye?"
Let me go up there and look.
Be careful, brother. I'm right behind you.
I take my knife from my belt and hold it between my teeth and start climbing the wall.
Where your hand touches where there was sun, a slight burning sensation on your fingers from the.
I measure the distance between the floor and the top. See if it's a distance I can jump if necessary.
A very jumpable distance.
Okay. Lick my fingertips and scurry my way to pop my head above the surface real quick.
Your eyes take a few seconds to adjust to the difference in brightness. And at maybe 7 or 8 meters, a figure with a bird-like structure stares back, standing tall, its head twitching to one side or the other. It looks with you with the sides. Very pretty colors on its feathers. Keeps moving its head.
Hey there. Hi.
Brother, is everything okay?
Its head lowers to the ground, staring at you with the eye. And it opens its mouth, and it repeats the same words in the same tone, same voice. Hey, you. Hey, you. Trying to measure you. Gives one little step. Its talons clicking on the surface of the rock. Below the jagged opening, pointed tooth says, "Oh, what do you see, boy?"
I look away from the bird down to my friends. Bird up here. And then turning back to see if that the bird is hopefully still in the same place.
Brother, be very careful. I wouldn't get any closer.
The bird is not where it was.
I lower myself and jump the rest of the way on my feet. My hands.
A little
they
afterburn
hurt.
on the tip of your fingers. What did you see? Barkeeper says. What did you see, boy?
Bird. It's him.
Still low to the ground.
He says the words I say. He said hello.
It's the same bird. Must be.
It's the same eyes. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. I see. Did it run off deeper into the cave?
From somewhere above a strange bird call, very loud, can be heard. And some answers from very far as well, the same call. Barkeeper instinctively walks back, pressing his back to one of the walls.
We cannot talk with them on stone. It's too hot. And we only know one way out.
I'm worried that it might be calling its other birds, and there'll be more of them than us. It's a deep concern of mine. We don't know what that call means or who it's for and why. I think that either we should follow it if we know where it went into the cave, or we should backtrack and get out of the cave so we're not cornered.
We are safe here. Cannot ambush.
That's true.
The opening too tight. Pointy tooth interjects. And what do now? Just sit and wait?
No.
They start bickering against each other a little.
No. I look at my brother and I say, "Brother, which direction did the bird go in? Did it go that way?"
I did not see. It was so fast. You must lead us, Seb. Quick. Decide. We must know. Where do we go?
Listening, trying to get an idea as to where that call is coming from.
You may roll. Success?
Yes.
The sounds comes from the left, up above, and the others that are far come from the right.
Okay. There are many on the right that are far, and there's the one on the left that is close. I say we go to the left and pursue the one that is close.
I stare at the wall.
Do we leave then?
Yes, I don't think staying here will do us any good.
I stare at the wall as they talk back and forth what our best action is. See if the man with stick points his stick at the bird, or if the bird is looking in the same direction as the man.
The figures are facing each other. Stick pointed at the bird, but the bird also looking at the man.
And I speak to myself, but meaning the group. They fight the man. The birds fight the man. Stumbling backwards towards them.
Yes. No, I think you're right, brother. That would make sense. And if there were others before us, then they know they fought men before, and so we should tread lightly and carefully. I then look down at the fish with berries that we've been carrying and have a sinking feeling that the making a trade for eggs was too good to be too much of an idealization, perhaps a waste of time and energy. But then I also think, well,
From
if we can't make the trade, then at least we still have these fish with berries at the very least, and we can walk home with some bird meat as well.
That's good. That's good. But what do? We
This
must
is-
we must act now.
Well, we go to the left and we pursue the bird that is all alone.
The left is a wall. What do you mean?
a little distorted voice saying hello, hello, from above coming from up the rock face, trying mimicking boy's voice. Hello.
That's the bird. I'm sure of it. All right.
It speaks like boy.
It speaks like
Barketer
any of us.
says. Now, recomposing himself with his spear, and he looks around. There are many rock passages. Do we go back? Do we climb up? Do we go ahead?
No, don't climb up. Stone is too hot.
Well, we're still in the caves. If we just follow the bird, then we should be safe from the heated stones of the sun.
I'm
Too hot?
looking at
Too
Zap.
hot?
Well, I put my hands to my face and I call out, "Hello, hello," as a way to try to communicate with the bird as well. See if we can get a response.
The shadow once again jumps to the other side of the ceiling opening and replies back with your voice. Hello. Hello. And a tapping can be on the rock. Hello.
I use my knife to tap against the rock twice. Tick, 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 and the third time.
There's for a few seconds silence. And it replies back in the same pattern.
Oh, look, good boy.
Zap,
Yes. Keep doing that. Keep doing that.
I point at your fish. And point at the opening. Throw it up.
Grab a fish with berries. I hold them up. I throw it close to the bird.
A wet flop as it hits the rock face. And slightly, but can be heard some tapping. And the sound of something chewing. And it says, hello, hello. Now the shadow is above the opening. And once again, the bird with the reptile face, the lizard face, looking down with the side of its head into the opening. And Pointy Tooth and Barketer holding their spears, pointing to the bird, blinking, reading you you for?
I raise my hands to the group, both of them, like, no, Seb, you must trade now. He cannot think of us as weak if we stay down here.
Of course, I'm not weak.
Approach
I
him.
look around, and I try to spot a nearby nest if possible, and I gather the fish and have them by my side.
It now the full body on the opening, too big to fit in. Though a tiny claw sticks its hand into the opening, so that trying to reach the fish with its claws. Tiny
Yes, it likes
hands.
fish.
I hand a fish to my brother and I say, "Brother, can you slit this fish open? And that way, when I toss it, it can have access to the berries a lot easier."
Yes. Hey, bird. I hold the fish a bit closer so it can see, but not grab, and slice it.
It's vocalizing. Stands
It's a
back,
gift. A
moving
gift.
its head.
I squish it, make the berry
Gift.
juices flow.
And he repeats, "Gift, gift." And a large snap, a very audible snap, catches the fish, and positioning it so it swallows it whole this time. And some of the juice and tiniest bit of blood from the fish as it bobs its head up and down as the fish goes down its throat. From behind him to what was the right side, a sound of maybe 7, 8, maybe even more gonna be heard as it's turn to the side of the rock and vocalize back and forth with the group. Its underbelly exposed on the cracks. Pointy Tooth and Bark Eater circling now the thing. Bark Eater starts to get in close with the spear pointing to its underbelly.
I look at Seb.
As they vocalize from all.
Looking at Bark Eater and Pointy Tooth, they seem to be ready at a moment's notice. And I look around. I look at Boy, and I give him a nod and I say, "Okay, work at this. Things can happen very quickly, brother. Make sure you don't forget to take a sip of that potion, so your aim is true." And I look to see if there's a nest nearby, to see if there's any eggs that we can possibly grab for ourselves, and also leave the fish behind for the bird to be distracted by.
the bird is too big.
No
it does
nest,
not fit down
but
here.
a myriad of bugs. There's still the cacophony up above. Now some tapping and stomping. It seems they're gathering around the opening. They're still vocalizing against each other.
I drink the potion.
Hearing some of them gathering and getting closer, I hold my breath and I look at the two, Bark Eater and Pointy Tooth, and I say, I give them the look like, I think we might have to fight this thing. And I trying to communicate, but and under duress while also trying to not freak out the bird. I listen to hear if the other birds are getting closer.
They're getting closer in the one that was up above in the first place. Vocalizing repeats back, gift, 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 gift. And it stands back from the opening and it taps. Gift.
I look at Zep. You must touch the bird.
Touch the bird. Jeez. Brother, if you never had any bad ideas, that might be one now. But
Before, if the other birds comes, it must know that you're a friend. For that, you must be able to touch him. If he allows touch, we know where we stand. Are we stepping now?
I don't like the idea, but I think one thing is for certain, is that these birds cannot ever see this as prey. Either we need to be friend or foe. And if we're going to be a foe, we have to be a scary one. But if we're going to be a friend, we should be a good one. Okay. I don't know what else to do, but I take another
I knock
fish.
back. Scratch.
Another fish in hand. A bunch of them actually. I would say 3 or 4. I walk up to the bird and try to open them up to have easier access to the berries. And I put them on the ground close in front of the bird, and I very, very carefully, very cautiously try to walk up, sharp teeth, knuckles in hand, in case there's retaliation. I walk up and very closely try to inch closer to try to touch the bird, make contact.
I watch Zap disappear above the rock, waiting.
The sun now touching your skin gives a slight burning sensation. As this creature that is easily as big as you, very wide, moving its head in strange ways, looking at you and the birds, and it scratches the same pattern that boy did before, and as it approaches very carefully, with the tip of its jagged teeth snout, it grabs one of the fishes by the tail, pushes in close, swallows, and goes for the other one, grabbing by the tail. But instead of swallowing, it jerks its head and sends the fish flying above an arc above you. Below the jagged rocks, Pointed Tooth, what's happening? Saying to Boy and Barkeeter.
We wait. When Zap yells, we jump up and help him. We must trust Zap now.
Above the jagged rocks, the fish falls to the ground where 7 more of big birds stand, and 2 of them grab a fish by a different point and rips apart and swallow it whole. The bird that was in front of you now circles in a very wide girth, circles to slowly rejoin its flock, looking at you with bobbing and heads that keep angling back and forth. Sun glistening the rocks.
Inching a little bit closer, with another one more fish in my hand, I I'll leave it at the bird's feet. And I inch closer and closer and get ever so closer to reach out and touch it, but ready to pull back at a moment's notice.
When you're getting closer, its head on his head pressed up, and it emits a very high shriek. It stands back a little. A very long tail, feathered tail, stands up as well. But it, with its feet, huge talons, it tries to pull the fish in closer without getting close to you. But it manages to hook it with its large talon and starts eating it. The other birds now approach the first one below the jagged rocks. Bark Eater, I'm gonna climb. I'm gonna go up. It's too quiet.
We must wait. Sep will give the signal. We cannot. If we show. This is our only chance.
Please, boy, roll a social skill, a tongue.
Okay. Not good enough.
Bark Eater start climbing up. Pointy Tooth, though, jumps to his leg. Though Sep, from behind you on the crack, on the opening, there is the upper body of Bark Eater with spear in hand. That rattles the bird as it stands back, jumps back, flapping its short wings. And the other birds, they gather in together as well, emitting some strange high-pitched sounds. Tails up in the air, shaking, flaring the fire-like feathers.
I turn and I help up Bark Eater and Pointy Tooth, pull them up as they are climbing up behind me. Okay, I don't think we're gonna be able to. I don't think we're gonna have to. I don't think we can go peacefully, men. I think we might have to fight our way out of this, but we should be careful and stick together and stay close. And then I call out and I say, "Boy, brother, come up and join us. We need to be together as one."
I scurry up the wall as quick as possible, looking at the birds, looking at their postures.
The 7 or 8 birds, they disperse very fast, circling you. Many tails up in the air, shaking, flaring the feathers.
Did you touch him? Did you touch the bird?
No, I didn't touch him. He doesn't want to be touched.
Ah, crud.
I look at the rest of the fish pile, and I say, okay, I think what we're going to do is we're going to give them the rest of the fish, and we're going to back away and make sure they don't try to pursue us from the back. I don't think we should run Some animals like to run against, to what they think is prey. We're going to give them the fish, back away slowly, and try to get out of this. There's more of them than we are. I look at the expressions of the other men's faces.
I start slowly moving away from the fish pile, backing away. Now the stone placed in my sling, slowly rotating the leather strap, and I tell Zap, they're circling around us. Which way's back?
Well, we're gonna climb back down, and then we go back to the cave drawing, and then we go back from there. There should be some purple stains that I've made along the way.
Okay.
Barkeeter is tense. Its muscles look swole on the glistening sun, and he's shifting to one side to the other, holding his spear. The birds are stopped making sounds though. Barkeeter is tense. Pointy Tooth remarks, "We gotta do something now." The talons, many talons, tapping the rock.
Boy runs towards the edge of the wall we just climbed out of, staying there, guard ready to shoot a bird that charges us from anywhere.
Boy, brother, I have a great idea. We're going to show them that we're not to be trifled with. If you can take aim and hit one of these birds, that should scare it. And the other should also be scared as well. I think that's a good way to show that, even from a distance, we're not to be messed with.
Okay. I try to look at the birds, my eyes, the iris bigger, shaped like a cat's eye. Looking if a bird shows himself.
One of them rises up, standing taller than you, fully erect, and meets eye with you.
I hesitate. The size too intimidating.
Then it slowly steps forward. The talons clicking, and approaches you by 2 steps.
Being fed up by the situation, I look to one of the 2, Barkeeter or Pointy Tooth, and
Pointy Tooth.
I hand a potion towards one of them. And I say, "This is a potion of bigger muscles and more strength. One of you, doesn't matter who, I'd like for one of you to drink this. And I don't think this is a place that we need to back down. I think we need to show them that we're not prey, and I think we need to stand our ground here." And I look for a handful, I try to find a rock close to my feet or on the ground, and so I can strongly chuck towards one of these birds and try to hit him on the head or on the face.
Bark Eater without letting you finish your action, he jumps forward, thrusting in its spear forward, missing one of the birds that dodges below its spear as it lunges forwards on top of him. And a big cacophony. All the birds get halved up, and it launches forward, seeing this opening of this missed opportunity by Bark Eater, and tries to attack him. Its claw gnaws at Bark Eater's chest. Blood drips on the, almost sizzling on the surface of the rock. Boy.
The fight's happening in front of my eyes. It shakes me out of my hesitation, and I aim, rotating stone quickly. And it flinks towards the bird. A great strike.
One of the birds falls to its side, shaking a bit, tail waggling. Sep.
Taking everything in. Everything's moving so fast, and I see Bark Eater. He gets wounded, and I try to being quick on my feet. I try to run up and try to protect him, but at the same time, try to, create a shield between me, between Bark Eater and the birds, and take a defensive stance with my sharp teeth knuckles.
One of the birds lounges at what would be the back of Bark Eater, but now he's standing in front of you. And it coming full on with the front talons to gnash at you, giving you a brief moment to react.
I try to defend myself and try to, in any way, shape I can, try to deflect the talons, or grab Bark Eater's spear and try to stab at it before it gets to me.
That's a 12.
Success or?
Success. Oh, no. Failure, sorry.
Got it.
You managed to do as you intended, grabbing Bark Eater's spears. Though the pulling motion, as you pull it, you can hear Bark Eater. His fingers get cut by the backward motion of the spear, and the bird manages to do a big nasty cut on your chest as well, giving one wound and giving you with a deep cut that is bleeding. Another bird jumps forward at Boy as well, now with its jaws wide open. Boy, this sharp mouth getting closer and closer. Brief moment of reaction.
I jump back as he charges me, stumbling and leaping with the presence of mind over the chasm to the other side, making the bird stop in front of it. And I take the stone out of the last out of 3, put it into my sling, and aim for its eye. It was an excellent strike.
The rock hits inside its mouth as it stands back, gagging, and falls on its floor, wriggling its head, coughing the rock, now a bit bloodied, as it's a bit convulsing on the ground. Still not dead though. And Barkeeter is desperate, like, give my spear back.
Hands him his spear back without hesitation.
He tries to, as soon as he feels the shaft, he grabs it and tries to lunge forward. The first bird that was hit by Boy. As he jumps on top of it, he, on an arc, with soon to let his full weight on top of the first bird, he's flanked by the side. And his blood leaves a trail. One of the birds drags him off of the rock and takes him down somewhere far as he keeps screaming. Sep.
I scream out, "Bark Eater, no!" But we're a little occupied with the other birds as well, and wanting to pursue Bark Eater and try to help him, but recognizing that we must stay together as a group, I lunge forward, and with my sharp teeth, knuckles in hand, I lunge forward and try to jump on the downed bird that Boy hit and try to finish the job of what Bark Eater tried to do, and try to drive my sharp teeth knuckles deep into its face and eye and twist in.
The bird's still on the ground, convulsing with the rock that was stuck in its throat. It's not much of a fight. Pointy Tooth gets beside you on a quick leap and is starting to scare away the rest of them by making loud noises. Trying to make the other birds stand back. Three of the big birds step back, tails waggling, fanning colorful feathers. Boy.
I grab into my pouch, looking for a stone, but there's none. Then I grab the other pouch and I pull out my firestone, a bit too large, but it fits in the leather, and I swing it towards the bird that does not step back. Without hesitation, I aim and throw the stone, sling it in his direction. A solid strike.
The firestone, sharper and more edged, gets stuck in its chest. The creature jumps back, and another one that was beside it is running towards you.
As big.
Its leg slips on the fish, and it fumbles to it falls to the ground.
I jump out of the way, where falling in front of me.
Sep.
Seeing a possible opportunity, I after finishing up mashing the brains out of the first bird, seeing that the bird has slipped and fallen, I see this opportunity, and I run over to jump on that bird and try to take my shark teeth knuckles and try to slit and cut away at its neck, try to sever its head and do as much damage as possible.
You may roll.
And it's a success.
The creature is wriggling as each punch getting softer with exposed flesh, plumes getting stuck in between the jagged teeth. There are 4 birds still circling you. Pointy Tooth continues to try and scare away the rest. Stepping in a bit closer. Leaving himself open, though. Getting a tail sweep below his feet, and he falls behind. Falling prone. Well, not prone, with his back against the rock. And boy.
Watching Pointy Tooth getting tail lashed, I run in his direction. With the back exposed of the animal, taking no hesitation, grabbing my knife in my belt, and using my long, lanky arms to stab it in the back.
Roll.
Failure with opportunity.
The knife slashes its back, though only plumed. Thick plumed creature doesn't get weak, but you startle it enough that it stands back and runs to behind the other 3, scared. One of the birds, seeing a sap on top of one of its skin, as well, lounges forward. Still time for reaction. The creature being too slow. Sap.
Seeing that the finished with this bird, I see the other bird coming my way, and also ready to take it on. I try to run towards the bird and slide or roll under it and try to punch and cut and deal as much damage as I can as I go under it, an action that it probably didn't expect. Nope. Failure.
The rock burns your back, both due to friction and to being sunbathed all day. The creature manages to evade your punches, but you manage to evade its bite. Pointy Tooth rolls to the side, trying to find the opening so it can fall below the rocks, and manages to do so. A wet, strong thump as it hits the below ground. Boy.
I look for a bark eater and see how he is. Walking towards him.
There's nowhere. Only a trail that leads from the rocks all the way down to the field, where some foliage, it hides away in the foliage.
To look if a bird is still fighting us, or if they're keeping their distance.
There are three birds clustered together, not really close, at least 8 or 7 meters away.
I'm close rank with Zap and hold my knife ready to stab any bird. What do we do, brother?
Trying to ignore the pain of the wound that I incurred earlier, as well as being on the hot ground of the burning stones. I say, brother, we stay together, and we're going to fight this to the end. Stay close, and afterwards, the three of us can find Bark Eater. Be ready.
The bird that you rolled under is now facing towards you, basically flanking you. One bird behind and 3 up ahead in front of you. 2 Pointy Tooth yells, jump in from below the crack.
Let's go, brother. And without hesitation, I grab you and try to bring the both of us to jump down together so we can go into the cave and away from the burning stones.
I follow his example,
The one
letting him pull.
The one bird that was behind you, and it jumps forward, missing you, and though its leg slips from the crack as it's screaming, trying to get up, but ultimately getting its leg stuck in the crack. A large, thick bird leg with dark talons wriggling as the other birds making noises as well.
I see my opportunity. This is my chance. He cannot spot me, and use my lanky arm to stab deep into the leg, try to slice it off. No. But it's not a setback because of advantage.
The bird yells, blood drips, though it managed to get unstuck. As the other birds approach the gap, and they're jumping back and forth from it, peeking in and out. As Pointy Tooth is breathing in heavy, with his spear still pointed up. We have to run.
Bark Eater's still here. I don't want to leave him behind. I say, and also
he's gone. Pointy Tooth, he's gone.
As I only saw a blood trail, it pulled off into the bushes.
Did you see its mouth? Bark Eaters with my brother now.
I look at Seb. He's right.
Even if we run, they can run faster than us. I think we need to finish the fight. Otherwise, if we run and separate, we're as good as gone.
I look at the floor and I kick away a bunch of bugs, brush them off, and dig around for stones. Stones big enough to hurt the birds.
Row. Foraging. There are many small pebbles and dust.
Okay. I must ask which ability fits here.
Brains.
Okay. Great success. I find several stones, good 5, 6, and I put them into my pouch.
6 pristine stones, sturdy stones. And Pointed Tooth just jamming its spear up above the crack. The creature's trying to keep them at bay. The sounds of scuttering, of footsteps above the rocks. Still, we have. What do we do then?
Well, there's about three or four left, right? I'm trying to remember, keep track of how many are still above us. We've taken down 2. 1 disappeared with Bark Eater. There's about 3 or 4 left, I believe. I think
They have my firestone.
They have your firestone. Just ponder for a moment. I try to, amidst the chaos, just for a moment, I try to close my eyes and see if there's a vision that comes to me during this time of crisis. If I can see anything in my mind's eye.
Roll. Almost as if you were walking very low to the ground, following the rocks, the rock passages and rock alleyways that you are in. You see large hole on the ground, large for a man, but not for a bird, not on those birds.
I open my eyes and having faith in my vision, I look to see, and I look to find and see low to the ground for any holes that I may have seen in my vision, holes that are big enough for a full-bodied man to jump into, but too big for the birds to get into.
Great. We can go
12
there.
or 15 meters up ahead, on the very, very close to a rock, there is a opening. Sap, what you doing?
I'm looking for a place that we can hide in, that they can't get to. I say, stammering and trying to keep my calm and be collected in the chaos. I think if we can get into this hole, it's big enough for us to fit, but too big for them to get through or try to get at us. It might be the thing that saves us. And I scurry over and I approach the hole to confirm my theory.
There it is. You could crawl inside of it. It seems like it goes on a little bit deeper. Up above, more vocalizing. They seem to be communicating.
I
Brother.
stay at arm's reach with pointy tooth. Now a new stone in the sling, slowly swinging it, but knowing the walls here are a bit too tight to get a good shot out.
Sep.
Brother, pointy tooth. This might be our only chance at survival. I think we may have to retreat into this little section here. I don't know where it goes, but it may be the thing that saves us.
Up above
We are
now,
coming.
the creatures are running to the direction where you used to get into the stone maze in the first place. Getting fired at their vocalizations. Pointy Tooth follows, pulling boy by the shoulders. Come on, boy. Come on. Inside.
Yes. Running, taking off with pointy tooth towards the entrance.
You go first. He stands back holding the spear. You two go.
Mission for my brother to go first for his safety.
I get on my four and start crawling, putting the knife in my mouth so it doesn't fall out of my belt.
A very damp hole, no roots though, and somehow stable. A fungal smell, very moldy smell to it. Going. Boy now already inside the hole. It keeps on going though. This tunnel.
I look back at Pointy Tooth and I say, Pointy Tooth, come with us. You can't stay here.
You enter first.
Okay, I'll come
enter
first,
soon
but
after.
Go.
Go.
Come right after me. I climb through behind my brother and in front of Pointy Tooth.
Pointy Tooth, after you go, he looks to one side the other, looks at his spear, drops it, and crawls inside as well. Boy, the tunnel goes up ahead. Now very horizontal, you don't feel like you're going down or up. But this hole is very large and goes on ahead. Very dark. Very, very dark.
I use my cat's eyes vision to lead myself, looking out if there's a animal down here using this as his prey hole.
The walls, they looked like they have some claw marks. There's no animal though, but in front of you, a round brown pellet. Droppings. Your vision now adapted to this underground. It looks very dry, almost stone-like, brittle, whatever these droppings are. Big as an eyeball, perhaps.
An animal created these holes, Sep. As I push forward until we hopefully reach a place where we can gather.
Up ahead, at the end of the tunnel, there's what we could call an antechamber, very round, very spacious as well. And your eyes see a skeleton of a creature and a carapace of some sort, cheating-like, around its skeleton. moldy dirt, smell of dirt.
Brother, what do
I
you
You can
make
stand
room
in
for
this antechamber.
Sep and 22 to enter, stepping aside.
I
brother,
cannot see.
what do you see up ahead? Is there anything? Is there
We
an
can
opening?
stand. The room is big enough. I see a body. It's dead. It's long. It's bones. But we can stand here.
Climbing through, I get to the edge of the tunnel, and I finally am able to stand on my 2 feet and stretch my body. And very hard to see in the dark. I feel around and touch my brother, and also
I grab his forearm and I look at his wounds. You have a big gash, Sep.
that's nothing to worry about, brother. We'll focus on that later. And I turn behind me and try to listen for 22 falling behind. Concerned for his safety as well. Try to help him
22
out.
clapping in. A third, he falls from the opening, missing his footing or his handing as he crawled, and he falls with his back on this antechamber, looking up. Just breathing in. The skeleton is very large. It could easily man-sized, but it looks rodent-like, with its carapace still on top of it.
I described the size, and it has some carapace. This thing is big. Looking for the carapace, I like scratch against it with the knife. Look for its density. Is it hard as a rock?
It is as hard as a wood bark. Not totally solid, but somewhat flexible. Not very thick as well. What is that, boy? Pointy Tooth is still laying on the cold dirt floor of this antechamber, pitch black for the both of Sep and Pointy Tooth.
It is some weird shell type thing. I'm not sure. It was part of the animal. It looks slightly bigger than me.
That's
Turtle, maybe.
we should still be careful moving forward. I don't think we're not out of trouble just yet. I feel for and touch my brother's forearm, and I say, "Brother, you've always been better at the dark. You think you can navigate us out of here?"
I turn my head if this is the only place in. If the tunnel is the only place in. Looking around, looking at the ceiling, push the body aside if it's hiding something underneath. Not afraid of bones.
Behind the shell, as they rattle, there is another opening to the same tunnel, the same size as the previous one.
We can
This
take
one
a
goes a
breather
little
here,
bit deeper.
but I think we can go deeper.
Okay.
Deeper? Pointy Tooth bracing himself, sitting now. Where? It's a hole, a creature's hole. What's going to be down there? As he sits back against the dirt wall.
I the only one seeing much down here. I look over the body again. Does it have mandibles, sharp teeth, laying about, claws?
It has no claws, though it has two large, very large and square front teeth.
I use
A
my
long
knife
tail.
I use the knife to bash a bit against the skull, knock the teeth loose of the rest of the ligaments connecting it to the face, and hand those one to Sap, placing it into his open hand, one to Pointed Tooth. This might be what allowed this creature to dig. It's good material. We should keep it on us.
I'll trust your judgment on this, brother, I say, and I hold the object in my hand. Unable to see.
The two pointy parts where the roots are, and on the other end, a somewhat sharp and fine edge to this large tooth, almost spoon-like. Well, it died here. Pointed to says, rubbing his finger on the end of the tooth. What do you think killed it? Maybe he got hungry?
I think it got stuck.
Maybe the birds were preying on it and it could not go deeper.
Silence.
Well, if we stay here, that's no good. If we go back, we may have to deal with the birds. They may be still looking for us, probably. If we go forward, we don't know what lies ahead. It could be another bad situation. We could reach an opening, but since this animal died here, I'm not so sure about that. And I ponder, and I'm just sitting and just weighing my options. The pain of the gash on my chest, ever so present.
Sap, can you?
Some dirt
Now is our
around
best time.
the blood on it.
Now is our best time to check your wound. I can see it, but do you know what to do about this?
I'm no village doctor, but I do. And I, wincing, I pull out a gourd that I've had in advance. This is one of my disinfectant potions. This will help it make it so I don't get infected with any diseases. Do you think you can help pour it on my wound, brother? You can see better than I can.
Yes. I have an idea. Stay where you are. Well, you can't really go anywhere. And I scurry around. They hear my footsteps, and they hear the crunching and the ripping as I rip off chittins. I take the biggest piece of this animal, and the footsteps come closer to Sep. And as I grab his shoulders, his forearms, so he knows I'm here, taking the cord. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay,
On the open wound.
Yep, just pour the disinfectant on the open wound and try to get all of it. That should help.
All right, I will disinfect you. Covering his wound as much as I can.
burning sensation. Just it's like fire, liquid fire on my wound, and I try to hold still, but can't help but wince a little bit.
There's
I gently,
a little bit of white foam forming around the cut.
I take some of my what is basically a short skirt of my what covers my groin area and rip it off, and I place it over the wound gently, and I take the carapace and it covers the whole stomach and shove it into place, bending the very flexible material, and I grab on my belt some of the vines that we picked up at the beginning of the day. They start wrapping it around the carapace and your waist, tying it as much as I can to hold in place.
You okay? After the silence, 22 asks.
I think I should be fine. It hurts, but it's necessary. And not looking in any particular direction because it's very difficult to see in this dark place. But I say thank you, brother. That should really help with not getting infected and moving forward. I should not get sick. Thank you. That was necessary.
I squeeze it a bit tighter directly on the wound.
Oh, hurts a little bit even more, pushing against the wound.
I'm sorry, Sap. It must hold. I don't know how to keep it in place.
No, it's okay. I'll try to hold it, and as we travel, I think that's later on we can further tend to the wound, and I think I'll be alright for now.
Did you get hurt, boy? His voice now a bit more calm.
I'm okay, Pointy Tooth. The animal slipped when it went for my body.
Oh, lucky. That's very lucky. He now
My feet
stands
hurt
up.
from stone.
Oh yes.
That is all.
The cool dirt though, kind of nice. He is touching now the front, the hole the tunnel where you entered from, and he puts his head inside, trying to. He says, "Shh, shh, let me see if I can hear them." And after 2-3 seconds, I don't hear anything. You said there's another hole, another tunnel, boy.
Yes. Let's. I will lead us. Go over here. I grab like by the forearm Sap, leading Sap's arm towards Pointy Tooth, making them connect, and lead them daisy chain to the hole. Getting on my knees.
Following your lead.
Following the lead, crawling through the hole, holding the against my wound.
This hole has some twists and turns. Sometimes it slopes down and up once again, but it seems to keep going. At least a few meters up ahead.
We trust you, Sap. That this will get us out. Yes.
Well, I hope so. It was in my mind. I saw a hole as as an escape from the birds. I didn't necessarily see it as a way out of here, but I think it wouldn't hurt to look a little bit more. We can always backtrack if need be. Trying to talk normally through the pain of my wound.
Okay, careful. It slopes here. Don't tumble over.
Following your lead, going down and up, a feint of light up very up ahead, at least 12 meters up ahead. There's some light as the tunnel slopes up on a very acute angle.
Can you see this, Sep? Light.
Trying to see past you, I say. I think so. I think I can finally see you. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think this is good. Keep going, brother. Keep going.
Excited, I scramble towards it.
The entrance or exit of this tunnel is maybe 1 meter taller than you, your head at least, but it is an opening. The sunlight hitting it on a very maybe 30 degrees. The sun is not fully up ahead. You can see the blue sky, some clouds, very wispy, soft white clouds.
I see the clouds. Okay, I climb up and you grab my hands. I don't want you to slip with this wound.
Thank you, boy. Appreciate you. And I grab your arm and I appreciate your assistance as I'm lifted up and out of the hole and into the daylight. Breathing heavy. And I turn to look at Pointy Tooth, make sure he's also gets out safely.
Reaching down for Pointy Tooth as well. Of course.
He raises his hand, grasping in firmly, and helping himself as well. Out of the... he looks at Sep. Oh, strange but smart, boy. Looking at the makeshift bandages and maybe cast that you've made for Sep, and he starts looking around surroundings. You're not really sure how far from the entrance though, but still plains. But the jagged rocks are nowhere to be seen.
Well,
There's a
if
cliff,
the birds are here, we can see them on this plane.
There's a cliff that goes behind you, way up. And Pointy Tooth starts climbing this very almost 90 degrees cliff. It's a dirt wall. And he points his head up above. I see the rocks. Far down there.
Wanting to get a view for myself, but not gonna strain myself. I take Pointy Tooth's words seriously, and I say, "Okay, that's good. We know where we came from. Now that'll help us get back to where our camp is." And I look around to see if there's also any other landmarks that could also help us decipher as to where exactly we are, so we can take a proper direction to go to.
Can you tell where we are by the sun? I'm not that good at seeing which way we have to go, but do you?
I know that I trying to rack my brain. I I'm trying to remember, and I say, I believe we walked in the direction where the sun rose. So if we look at where the sun is the direction where the sun will set. If we walk in the opposite of that direction, we should have a pretty good idea as to walking back to our home camp.
Pointy Tooth drops from the little cliff that he was looking, sliding down. Well, then it will be that direction. He points to your general left. But look at the field, left. He says, looking at the plains. So green.
You're right, Pointy Tooth. This looks good.
Do you think there's something behind the hills?
It wouldn't hurt to look, I say.
There's some hills over there.
The Green Plains.
It could be night by the time we get there.
I crouch down on my haunches and dig my hands into the dirt to see how soft the dirt is.
I look up into the sky.
On the immediate surroundings of the tunnel, it's not very, very soft. But farther from it, it becomes softer and softer. You can feel the roots of the grass.
I hold a fistful of dirt grass up to Sap.
What's this, brother?
Looks smell like of cut grass.
I see.
Is this what the elder wanted? What do you know? What do you think?
I mean, it looks like I'm not familiar with this grass, but I'll put it in my pouch for safekeeping.
No, not the I throw the grass away and shake the dirt from my fingers. The dirt, brother. The dirt.
Feeling a little silly, perhaps realizing that I'm a little off my game mentally from our previous encounter. Still shaking, I say. Sorry, brother. Yes, the dirt, of course, not the grass. Well, the soil and agriculture is something that our tribe needs. Perhaps this is something that we're looking for. Farmland. This could be it's something worth keeping in mind, I say, chuckling at the misunderstanding that I had with the grass and the dirt.
Okay, good culture for farm. Nice. I'm sure Elder knows those words.
Yes.
I'm very confused. So it's good dirt, right?
Well, if the soil is relatively soft, I think that's a good start. You can't plant anything in hard soil. So soft, fertile soil would be good for seeds and plants.
Pointy Tooth approaching. It's very black.
Oh,
the dirt.
Black. You're right, Pointy Tooth. Not unlike our island.
Mm-hmm. The soil may have lots of nutrition. This may be something that could really help the tribe.
Like the eggs. Ah, I get it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I started eating the dirt.
Is looking around. He immediately stops and stares at you, waiting a reaction.
Doesn't taste any good, brother.
You're not supposed to eat the dirt, brother.
But it's full of nutrition.
No,
You
no,
said you said so, like egg.
for the plants, brother, not for us. That's why we eat the plants, because the plants get nutrition from the earth. I smile and kind of just duck my head a little, just in embarrassment, but also loving my brother, because that's just how he is.
I avoid eye
Pointy-tooth,
contact.
Pointy-tooth shakes his head a bit and doing a 360. So, what do we do now?
Well,
There's not much time until nightfall.
well, we should probably find shelter, make shelter, and then probably the next, because I don't think we can make it back to where we started before nightfall, and I think the last thing we need is to be stuck in the middle of the forest in the jungle and not see where we're going. That could be bad news for us. So I think perhaps we should set up a temporary shelter and continue tomorrow.
Well, we can
She looks
sleep
back at
in
the
the
hole.
hole.
Yes, we could sleep in the
Yeah.
hole, actually. That's having another moment where I realize it's, I'm still a little affected by the encounter. I acknowledge that that's probably the best idea. I say yes. Let's go in the hole tonight. I think that's the best option.
Yeah. Pointy-tooth, I agree with boy who eats dirt, and he smirks a bit, looking back.
Come on, how am I supposed to know you don't eat the dirt?
You're still
I
learning,
mean-
boy. You have a long ways to go. Don't worry. You'll be a man someday.
And he sighs after that. But do you want to go now? We still have a good time. He was looking up at the sky.
This is maybe we find food as long as we have daylight. I have stones again. I can get a bird or Kiki.
Trying to get a look up at the sky and get a good idea as to is it descending in the sky or is it still high in the middle of the sky?
Let's start to descend. Maybe 3-4 hours until darkness.
Well, if we really move, we might be able to make it back to base camp, but it might be a safer option for us to find some food nearby and then hide on the hole. But if you two think that it would be better to try to rush back to camp, then I'm okay with that too. I just want us to be
With
safe.
that wound, if we rush, it will only tear up further. And I knock against the carapace on your chest, just checking how hard Seb flinches to it.
I think it's that'll be fast healing, and if I hold it to my chest, I should be all right. So try not to concern the others too much.
Sep, I have no spear. And remember back when we used to hunt game? Do you remember which beast is always the first? It's always the old and the sick. If we get attacked, he looks down and shakes his head. You are going to be the first.
Nodding silently at the reality say. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I do think it would be safer if we started traveling in the morning. But if you guys think we can make it back by nightfall, then perhaps we should get going now. I do think it would be better if we find food first and hide out here overnight.
He just wish he had weapon.
I understand. Maybe we can make another one. I'm sure we can put something together.
I look at Pointy Tooth, and I look down at my knife, and I look back at Pointy Tooth. We can find a stick. I think I can sharpen it. Yes.
That's my thinking too. I don't see any here though. Maybe on the way back, there were many trees on the very bushy area.
Yes. Good idea. Let's find a good stick.
Yes, I think giving it to giving Pointy Tooth a weapon would be really help us out, just in case we get attacked again.
I move
Very well then.
towards slowly towards the hills. Getting moving.
All right.
Pointy Tooth follows soon after, still looking around to see if he spots anything. You can walk, Sep? Come on.
Yeah, I can walk. Just holding my hand to my chest, I follow, keeping pace.
A few minutes, a couple minutes, 10, 20, maybe minutes of walking. The blue sky is slowly becoming purple as the brightness of the sun is no more. Still very visible though. Up ahead, look, the bushes, though from another direction, I think. No birds. I don't see any. He's looking around.
Bushes is good. That will work for spear, right? Or no? I don't know. I look at Sap.
No.
Well, we want a nice
He
long
points to a tree. Needs to be like that.
branch from a tree. That would be best.
Okay.
If
Boy,
you think, brother,
can I borrow a knife?
Yes. Here. Take it. I hold over the knife, but I have a grip on it. And it takes a while for me to let go. Take it.
Boy, you need to let... I'll give it back. He grabs it. And
Please.
he approaches one of the trees. Starts hacking into a branch. Some leaves falling off.
I turn to Sap.
Just a little.
Talking to Sap with turning my face away from Pointy Tooth so he doesn't hear me. I don't want to lose the last thing from my father.
and you're not going to. Don't worry. He's going to get the knife back. And I understand. He's with us.
He's snapping. Comes back with a branch, using the knife to take away some of the little branches. And I can do this as I walk.
Okay.
Excellent.
Into the deep
Great.
bushes again.
Yes, let's keep going.
Following that direction.
He fighting the bushes once again. Some colorful birds perched on the trees up ahead, where the forest gets denser and the jungle starts or ends, depending on where you are.
Oh, I'm so done with these birds as a stone starts flying in their direction. Hold on. Yeah. That's real bad.
The stones flying, hitting bark. Some just fly off in an arc and fall up ahead as the birds. Pointy tooth. Birds don't. These birds don't want to get eaten today. Still fighting the bushes, the foliage. You lose 3 rocks.
Stupid birds. What is it with the birds in this place? They're horrible creatures. Can't trust any of them.
They won't stand a chance when we get the tribe members over here.
Good. I don't like birds anyways. They probably taste horrible. It's good that we don't eat them.
I'd rather burn each of them alive for what they've done to the bark eater. I'll never forgive them.
The foliage, after another struggle session with the bushes, you soon stand before the jungle-like visage. If we Pointy Tooth is looking for the trees. Where is markings? Here.
You see the markings, Pointy Tooth?
Yes. And down there, the slope.
Fantastic. That's gonna save us. Let's follow the markings.
Excited again that we found our way.
Can you go down
I skip
slope?
towards it.
Probably gonna have to get down and slide. As I kind of keep one arm on my chest, one arm gently nudging me down the hill and sliding occasionally down the earth.
Here, boy, before you go. He hands you the knife, now with a makeshift spear. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you.
I turn back and I look at them. We exchange it. I just smile.
He using the spear to go down. Come on, but Sep, please row feet.
Nope, not a success.
You lose your footing on the downward slope and falls over, rolling. Sep!
I say, getting a little banged up on the way down, trying to protect my head, my face, and my head as I Roll down. Rolling over rocks and tree roots and everything else.
Using the trees and the spear as a staff, he tries to go down faster. Are you okay, Sap?
I guess the day's not over, my friend. The day's not over, I say. You know, a little trying to get up and get my orientation. You know, I'm spinning so much rolling down the hill. Trying to not disturb my wound too much. Is everyone how are you two? Are you two doing okay? Don't worry so much about me.
How are we not to? Climbing
You almost
down.
become bird food.
None of this will become bird food. Keep following the markers, and we get to camp safe and sound. And I think then we can relax. I say. And I insist that we continue moving forward, following the markings.
Yes, let's make our way to the camp. Maybe we can even get a fire.
Nearing the river, the mist once again and the humidity in the air, almost as if you could breathe water, and the sound of the river up ahead. We're getting closer.
Yes, that's the sound of the river. We're getting closer. We're making progress. This is good. I smile as I continue to walk with my hand on my chest. If anyone's thirsty for water,
The river now visible.
I run towards it. Ah, thank the skies.
Walk over to the river and
The clean water, shallow.
before I take a sip, I look around to make sure nothing is watching us, no one is following us, no birds in sight.
I jump into the water.
The tiny fishes. Tiny fish swimming around.
Oh, this is great, brother.
It looks like it is, I say. And
I
I
kneel
start
down,
drinking.
approaches as well,
a spoonful of water.
looking around, holding his spear, still looking around. A bit tense. You drink first. I'll watch.
Drinking and grabbing handfuls of water.
Cool water.
Splashing on my face, washing down my body, washing the sweat off that's been building up all day, sweat and dirt. Take a couple more gulps, and I feel a little bit more relaxed and more hydrated. I look at my brother and Pointy Tooth. I want them to take a turn if they haven't already.
Pointy Tooth hands you the spear.
Hold the spear.
And he bends down as well and starts slurping the water.
I dive my head in through the water surface and look at the floor, at the river floor, looking for shiny things, useful things. Maybe a crab or two if I'm lucky.
Some tiny pebbles, some twigs, every now and then a floating piece blade of grass and a fish or two. No shinies.
Breaking through the surface and coming back to Sap to dry with the rest, with the last of the sun.
Sap stands. Pointy Tooth stands up, drying his mouth. I'm all right. No, not thirsty anymore. He reaches over for the spear.
Hands it back.
Can you catch a few fish? Pointy Tooth.
Yes.
A little bit of food tonight would be good.
I will try to
He
make a fire, but
steps into
without the
the.
firestone. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, he stands inside the river. Every now and then he skewer the water and pull out a little fish on the spear, and he points the end of the pronged fish at you, boy. Pick it up.
Grabbing that.
And then he goes back, trying. And this goes on with a handful of 7 fishes for maybe 7-8 minutes. They're running away. I think this is the last one.
Good work, Pointy
Good.
Tooth.
Swimming away. But
You did good.
it's getting very dark.
Yes, let's continue to
It's getting
make our way
dark.
back to camp.
I'm,
I think I remember
ripping-
too.
Having ripped off the large leaves that grow low on the river surface to put the fish in and wrap it up with several leaves so I can hold it comfortably under my arm, following Pointy Tooth.
Pointy Tooth looks at you, boy. Sometimes so smart, and sometimes so boy. And he goes along using the spear as a staff.
I give him a little nudge. I say, "Hey, it's my brother you're talking about. You know, he's
What are you talking about?
Hey,
As I
it's good.
run towards them.
You do good, boy. You're doing good.
he's like,
That's what we talk about.
he'll be a big man someday.
Mm.
He's helped us. He's helped us
Every
so
now and
far.
then he stops and he taps with the spear. I mark a tree like tuk, tuk, just to signalize to you. Foliage, wet foliage on your feet. We must be what? 1 minute, 2 from previous camp.
Yes, it feels very close. The soil is wet but firm. It feels very familiar from when we first started, I say. And getting a little excited at the fact that we get to finally rest very soon. I look at brother who's next to me, and as we continue walking, I put my arm on his shoulder and just walk in silence as we continue to walk back to camp.
Following along.
behind the last few foliage and trees, there lays the vestige of the first fireplace that you've made, as well as the tents. Look, the large opening area where the Kikis once lived.
Ah,
Just need to make fire now.
yes. Here, I'll help. I'll go gather some sticks, and unless you want to gather some sticks, and I can try to start the fire. I don't mind either way. I say. I just don't move too much.
Maybe you stay here. I'll go with Boy collect wood.
Sounds good. Maybe
Yes, smart. Good
crouch
idea.
down, get down close to the ground, and begin working towards putting the materials together to build a fire.
Place the fish into
us go,
Sam's
boy.
lap and follow Pointy Tooth skipping behind him.
When you get closer, he says, "Look, boy. When looking for wood, need very dry wood." And he looks up. So you have to look where rain cannot fall. Look where rain cannot fall and look for wood.
Okay. Look around.
You know.
Look for where the trees gather.
You may roll with advantage.
Using my brain.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
I found some.
A boy finds nothing.
I got some. You could last the first time of the night. You did good though, boy.
Okay.
It's okay. He taps on your back. Let's go to Sep. Sep?
Continuing, prepping the fire. I see the two of you come in and bringing in some firewood. Happy and delighted. Take some of the firewood, line it up, and begin striking the fire with stones together. Anything to get a fire.
Not much, but enough to maybe cook some fish and keep some warmth.
That's all right. Not much is better than nothing at all, Pointy Tooth. And strike it. Try to get a fire going and really working the arms.
You may roll to make fire. Boy.
I ask Pointy Tooth, did the bird die that I struck with the firestone? Maybe his body's still there.
And with the friction, I get the fire sparked and going.
He looks at you, boy. I think he was alive. He did hurt though. Got stuck.
Then it ran away. How am I ever going to find the firestone again?
There are plenty. If I'm sure that on beaches have firestones.
After getting the fire nice and stable, I look at my brother and put my arm against his shoulder and I say, "Brother, you may have lost a firestone, but I'm still I'm still happy that I have you. And you, Pointy Tooth, I say, and I put my arm, reach out and rest my arm on his shoulder as well. That's enough. That's enough for me. And I look down and at the feeling of loss and emptiness. I look into the fire and I say, we lost another good man, Bark Eater. First six toes, then Bark Eater. And it's all my fault. It was my plan. And he's gone because of me.
Pointy Tooth sits on the other side of the fire in silence.
The boy wants to say things, but keeps himself from speaking. Handing a fish to Pointy Tooth with the spear.
He grabs it and gets in at the twig and starts burning the fish on the campfire. The sound of fire cracking. A few insects of the night starts popping in. Their sounds there. And Pointy Tooth, after a silence, looks at you, Sap. Not your fault. Looking at the fire and the fish. That's life. Sad, but that's life.
I don't know why I thought we could reason with a wild animal. I just, I guess I got to the better of myself. You know, the fish, the berries, thinking we can have some eggs for ourselves and domesticate these animals for ourselves.
Bark Eater, he interrupts you. Bark Eater jumped. He was too nervous. Not your fault. And he stares at his feet. Same way, not my brother's fault.
I use one of the trashy wet sticks that will to sharpen the end and spear another fish on it for the fire. It cannot be your fault, brother. I thought we should talk to them, to touch them.
Well, despite losing Bark Eater, there's still three of us, and I'm happy that I still have you two, and that we're all here. And I think it's probably time that in the morning we should perhaps make a raft and sail back to the island and let them know that we have found some fertile land for farming, and that it could be good for the tribe.
Yes.
If we stay here on the island for longer, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to keep our numbers up.
It will take a while, and we cannot send many people here. Maybe if only Bark Eater was alive, he could make a couple more rafts. Floating wood.
Yes, it would be easier, but we'll have to.
I saw Bark Eater build When Yuchu approached us on the shore, I saw him build a bit. I can try to imitate the bark eater. Biting out the cooked fish.
Well, with a name like Pointy Tooth, you might be able to bite some bark after all.
I chuckles.
Yeah.
Like gagging a bit, coughing.
Staring at the fire and laughing at the same time, I say with confidence, yes, I think we can do that. You know, when me and my brother will help you make the rafts, since you've watched Bark Eater, and I'm sure we'll be able to make our way back safely. Once we're back on the island, I think they can handle the rest.
Maybe I will be called
He
Fish Eater.
sighs. Dirt eater, fish eater, crab eater.
What's
All
wrong with
eaters.
crab?
Oh, brother,
Crab's
you still have a
good.
lot to learn.
But not the way you eat.
Yes. Always got to remove the shell first, brother.
Yeah. For example,
Okay.
he points with now the empty twig, and he taps at the carapace bandage on sap. If you're going to eat sap, you cannot eat this one. Then he touches the fleshy part of your chest. Gotta eat this one.
Sap Eater.
Sap eater. I don't know. Sap is not something you can really chew. Can you chew something that you cannot chew? Can you eat something you can't chew? I
you
posed that
can-
That's a good
philosophical
point.
question. Sap is like water. Can you chew water? I do not
Can you
think
chew
so.
water?
Do you not eat water when you swallow it?
Never chew water. There's no point. You can't chew water. Do you chew water, brother?
No,
Are you sure?
I don't. I think so.
I wouldn't put it past you, brother. It's okay. You stare at walls. I laugh.
I mean, walls are pretty great. I agree.
Yes. We'll get you
Pointy
a nice
Tooth
wall
is
to stare.
smiling, just looking at you to interact.
I
He
reach up
steps
into the
back
tree.
a little bit, gets
Try to
inside
pull
his
down.
tent.
I pull down one of the delicious yellow fruits and I offer both of you a slice and a piece of it in case you're still hungry.
What do you call it, brother?
I don't know. It's bright. It's yellow and it's sweet. Perhaps we could call it. It reminds me of the sun. You know, the sun is good for us. The fruit is good for us. Maybe we can call it the sun fruit.
He grabs one and
Unless you have a
sits inside under his tent. Juice bursting. Sun fruit.
yes.
That is a good name.
Yes. He finishes eating, and I'll sleep now. My feet
Yes, that's
pointing towards the meager fire, starting to die a little bit due to not much kindling.
it's like
Boy himself making my way to the tent to curl up.
lean my head into the tent, head firmly leaning back, just replaying the events in my head, and just hearing and listening to the sounds of rustling from the both of you.
The sounds of the night become murky and murkier and murkier and murkier until sleep takes hold of the three of you. Though something tickling your sides and your backs. After, we don't know, some time sleeping, still dark.
Yeah. I
Something tickling.
try to brush it off what tickles me, like in a half sleep motion.
Brush it off as well.
Something brushes off against your fingers, your knuckles. But then it reappears on the other side. Some grunting from the other tent.
I blink my eyes awake, and then I'm like highly alert, grabbing my knife that's right next to me, like where it's supposed to be, reaching for it.
On top, your palm reaches its handle, though there's something a little cold squirming alongside it. A bug with, you can feel a segmented bug, long with a multitude of legs. I can hear a pointed tooth grunting on the other tent.
I wiggle and put myself outside of the tent and try to brush everything off. And I hear
There are some
Pointy Tooth.
bugs crawling over both of you. Pointy tooth as well. You can hear tapping.
I
Bugs.
use the knife to stab the big centipede.
The fire is long gone, so it's pitch black. There's bugs. You can hear a movement and shuffling about can be heard from the other tent.
Yes,
Pointy tooth is
lots of
stomping.
them.
Yeah. That's what it seems like. There's lots of bugs, and continue to brush it off from head to toe. Just trying to brush myself clean. Are you two okay? Noticing that.
No bites. I don't have any bites. Just grrr, and he's getting angrier. Kicking can be heard. Just bugs.
Well, it's
They bug
too
me.
dark to try to make a fire now. I think brush ourselves off and try to get back to sleep. You okay, brother?
No,
Was concerned.
I want my sleep. Give it back, Bugs. And I stomp around, like thoroughly stomping the floor to squash anything under my feet.
Many bugs get squashed under your feet. Goo spreading on dirt and the sole of your feet. And then it proceeds on like this for a longer while. The light of the sun starts, after some undetermined time, starts creeping in. All three of you restless due to the bugs. The light is shining in, and Pointy Tooth. Bugs, don't let us sleep.
Yeah,
As light
that's-
is
I
creeping
hate
in,
bugs.
there's plenty of dead bugs near the tents.
Yes,
Some
it's,
crawling over the dead fireplace.
yeah, that's didn't get a good night's sleep. Looking at the light as it begins to creep in, the sky begins to turn brighter very slowly. Oh, that's too bad. I hope
They ate my morning fish too. Looking over the one I've set aside, all gnawed over with a multitude of bugs.
You can wash off, Pointy Tooth says. Still good. Just wash off. When we find water, seawater.
Don't want to waste food, brother. I say in agreement with the 22.
Nah. I flipped the fish.
Bugs fling to one side and the other. Tiny, some bigger. Some fly away. Pointy Tooth is standing up as well, stretching himself. His eyes are dark under his eyes. Let's find the shore.
Yeah.
Agreed. Look up at the sky, and it's getting a lot easier to see and walk around. Yes, I think we can probably get started now. Be good.
Quickly looks around and nods and presses on forward to the direction where he remembers. From there, when we first saw Kiki's. There. Like, strides over along.
I yawn and big heavy bags under my eyes, just like a zombie following after Zap. Wherever he steps, I step.
Walking along, following the markings. I occasionally feel feel a tickle around my ear, on my head. I swipe and I brush off, and the more I walk, the more bugs just seem to appear on my skin that I didn't know before. Getting irritated, but keep walking along the marked path towards the shore.
After a while, Pointy Tooth stops, look at you. There. I can hear shore.
Nice. We walk in that direction, continue walking, and finally I fall down on my knees and thank the grand skies. We've made it back to the shore. Now we can build a raft and go back home.
How did the
Warm sand.
How did the bark eater get the great woods? The tree is too thick for my knife.
He used a sharp stone hammer, stone axe.
Wait a minute.
But he's looking around.
The tooth I gave you. Maybe we can use them to cut the wood.
Yes. What if we take the tooth and we put it on a strong branch and we use the vines that you have, brother, to tighten and make a cutting tool so we can chop the trees down.
I can grab more vines. I used the last of it for the bandage.
Okay, we should grab more vines then.
I turn around and go back to the jungle and start scavenging.
Oh, he Pointy Tooth looks surprised at you, Sap, and approaches you while boils away. He's growing up.
I think he's grown up a lot in the past few days, probably more than I would have ever wanted him to see. You know, and I shake my head at the horrors and the things that we've endured. But then I look back at Pointy Tooth and I say, but I think this will definitely help him turn him into the man that he's always wanted to be, for sure.
Yes. He looks over the horizon, trying to spot the main island. There. Tiny, but there. He points, holding the large tooth on one hand. He points. There.
Ah, I think I see it. Very good eyes. All we have to do is get back over there and we'll be safe. We can relax and share what we found. Okay, let's
Boy.
see. Boy's looking for vines. Pointy Tooth, obviously you need wood. Is there anything else that you need from us to help you build these rafts?
He scratches his head. Well, just wood. Need very round wood.
Uh-huh.
But we need the tools first. Cutting to Boy a little bit deeper into the forest.
Walking past the palm trees, now reaching different woods on the insides the forest. Now looking around, nobody nearby. I grab my knife a bit tighter, take a deep breath. I need the vines. Vines. Should be on the fig trees. I look up to see what hangs.
Up ahead, some vines out of reach from the ground, hanging in between trees. Some thicker, some thinner.
I make my way over to the tree and start scrambling up to the first few branches. Making my way on to the same height as where the vines are tangled up.
They now in reach a small cluster of vines. Light creeping in through the little gaps in the leaves.
All right. I try to shake the branches, shake the vines loose.
Some leaves fall off. Some small acorns, acorn-like round things fall off, but the vines itself they don't come loose.
Then I'm like, oh, right. I hold strongly to the branch extending from the tree, arms around, and my leg around it. I let myself tilt over to hang from the tree, holding both arms and my knees wrapped around, scurrying my way over to the vine, slowly.
The branch starts bending a little, matters of centimeters. The vines now, this cluster of vines now at arm's length, your arm's length.
using my lanky arms.
You reach over at least 5 or 6 within your grasp. In your grasp.
Scurrying my way back, holding onto the vine until the branch is more stable. Until I can let my legs flop downwards to stand on a different branch now within reach of my toes, stabilizing my position to wrap the vines around my shoulder.
Please roll. Feet.
Okay. With disadvantage, right?
No, normal.
Okay.
The tree bark on your toes slid off in a quick manner. The ground approaches ferociously, not very unlike the big bird. The ground approaches you, and a audible some burning on your shoulder. You cannot move your shoulder.
I cry out in pain.
I turn my head. I say, "Did you hear that? That's my brother. I'm gonna go check on him." I immediately darted to the general direction.
Pointed Tooth darts as well. Boy, your shoulder is not where it should be. It's behind you.
I try to move, but when I do, the pain is too strong. I let myself stay on the floor. I see if I can turn my head.
Brother, are you okay? Did you? Looks like you've taken a fall.
I am not okay. Lots of shouting and yelling in pain.
Pointed Tooth running over. Oh, his shoulder. His shoulder is closer to his scapula on his back than to his side. His shoulder came off.
Yes, his shoulder's not where it should be.
Pointed Tooth looks up. I've seen Elder fix this before.
It hurts. It hurts so much.
I put my arms on his shoulder, on my brother's shoulders to try to help relax him and ease the pain.
My shoulder.
I turn towards Pointed Tooth and I say, "How did Elder do it? What do you need to do? What do you need from me?"
You hold him. He drops his spear and bends down, grabbing the end of your arm. Boy,
all right,
hold him good.
All right, I've got him. Got him good.
He looks at you. Boy, can you hear me? Can you look at me?
It's so much pain. He's clearly not really reacting to people talking.
Okay. And he pulls trying to make your shoulder come back into place, and it slides into place, still burning. He looks normal now. Like, there.
Amazed at what I just saw. I blinked twice to confirm I saw. Brother, are you okay?
I'm still now like more whimpering, like biting my lip. It's like drawing a little bit of blood. It's less painful now. No, brother, I'm not okay. I fell.
It's a big fall. Pointy Tooth helping you stand up. Oh.
Stupid trees, they hate
We can
me.
find,
The birds hate me. The bugs hate me. This place is horrible. It's bad choo-choo everywhere.
Brother, why don't you take a little break here? Why don't you sit over there?
Yes, I want a break on the island.
Don't worry, that's what we're working on, I say. Try to reassure him.
And I want fish. And the sunfruit. Good weather.
I say.
We can find more vines. Just take longer. You can rest, boy. You can rest a bit.
Take it easy for now.
Okay. It's just like try to lay down on my good shoulder on the side.
Yeah, and Pointy Tooth looking around. Oh. What? How we do this now? If boy had trouble.
Yeah, he's more kiki than any of us combined. This is gonna be tough. Well, I suppose we can try to see if there's vines on the ground. There's no risk there. I don't know if we'll find anything, I say. Now in a state of concern and minimal risk.
I've
look
knocked
to this side.
Wine. I've knocked some wine loose, but I think it's still up there, just lower. I like a point at the tree I was climbing at.
Okay.
Sap, you can stand on my shoulder.
If you're willing to give me a boost, Pointy Tooth, I'll give it a shot. We'll finish what he started.
He puts his back against the tree, makes a cup with his hand. Come on.
Put my foot into the hands, and I launch up to grab the tree and start climbing carefully, not wanting to have another shoulder to be repaired.
I push away some dirt and leaves and grab a nut that was dislodged from the tree earlier, put it in my mouth.
It's hard and very bitter.
I eat it anyways out of spite to the world.
Hey. Inside of it, there is a more mushy, kind of the tiniest sweet taste inside the nut. Sap, the vines that have been dislodged now within range. Pointy Tooth says, "Jump and grab it. You're not very high."
I look down. I kind of on a count of three, I prepare myself. 1, 2, 3. I jump off, try to grab the vine, and grab it and yank it down as I tumble down safely to the ground.
Grabbing the cluster of vines, now lose. You descent by increments. As some crackling can be heard, more leaves fall off, some more nuts. And a few rather Pointy Tooth grabs by your legs and pulls you down as well. And the vines come on loose, falling on the floor. See, boy, you helped.
Yeah, we couldn't have done it without my brother, I say, and I look at him and give his shoulder a little soft pat. Not too much though.
Ow! Stop doing that, Zap. I've told you it hurts.
Yeah. When you get back to tribe, Elder needs to look again. He gives something to chew after he's done that. I remember.
Okay.
He gives root.
I dig around on the floor, grabbing more of those weird nuts.
Well, what you eating there, boy? Pointed Tooth, kind of a bit concerned.
Oh,
looking at Sap and back and forth at Sap and you.
Those are just fall nuts.
There he goes again.
Fall nuts.
Yeah, they
She
fell.
Benson grabs one.
No.
He scrapes with his teeth.
It's bitter. You have to break it in half. Eat the tiny thing in the middle.
Later, he puts on a little pouch.
Yes.
Come on.
A snack on the way back.
Yes. He grabs one end of the vines and starts dragging.
I fill my pouch with good 8 before I'm bored of looking for more between all the leaves to follow Sap and lament my pains on the whole trip back.
Okay.
We have the vines, and if we find a nice solid branch, we can take the tooth, combine it with the branch, and tie it up with the vines, and we can make ourselves a nice tree cutting tool, so we can make a raft.
They
That sounds good.
start assembling to make the teeth yellowish, look strange but instinctively effective as a cutting tool. After a few couple 1 hour and a half, the two cutting tools are made. Pointy Tooth looks at it somewhat proud. Oh, looks good. Dug creature too, huh?
Yes, thank the grand skies we found that digging creature.
These look great.
Boy, you can rest.
Yeah. I'm not very useful for building stuff anyways.
Leave that to me and point.
And your shoulder looks very big. It's because of no chewing the elder's root.
Yes, it hurts. It's
very swollen.
pulsing like a heart.
But don't worry. He gives you one of the wood axe, the tooth axe, sap, and collect some of the wood, and then he approaches the tree.
Let's do it. Chopping away, working hard. Over sweat.
Some hours pass by. The collecting was simple. The assemble, though, proves very, very difficult. Some hours pass by. The sun just past midday already, and this boat thing doesn't look very stable. But Pointy Tooth, very sweaty. This is what I can do.
Let's see. Well, if you think that's the best we can do, then I guess that's what we got. Unless you think if more time we can make it more sturdy.
So, let's see if it floats well. Help me push.
All right, I'll get next to you.
Boy sleeping under the shade of a palm tree with the nights disturbed and being of no use. Snoozing away.
Shells and soft warm sand pressing against the sole of your feet. Holding by a piece of vine tied to the boat thing, it starts floating on the shore. Pointy Tooth looks with a tired smile at you. Floats. Maybe can take us through. Looks at boy. He's sleeping.
Yes. He's it's been a lot on him the past few days. He naturally feels tired, especially not getting any sleep last night. But this is
Go
good.
get him. I'll hold the float.
All right. You think we should leave now on this float?
Looks at the sky. If you go now, there's a chance we get while it's still sun.
Very good. Might as well. I'll go get him. I walk back and I pat my brother on the arm. Say, brother, good news. We've got a raft going.
What? I'm awake. I've been keeping watch. Yes.
Yes, I know. You've been hard at work. Thank you. But I have good news. It's time for us to go home.
Oh, thank the sky. I get up on my foot, my throwing arm hurting a lot. Keeping it crooked as I follow you.
Come this way. And I lead him towards the shore and towards the raft.
In between the shells, one or two little crabs scutter by. Oh boy, you climb first. Him holding by the vine, the float.
I use my good hand to push onto the wood and push myself off and roll on top of it over my good shoulder.
It sustains you somehow, but it lists over a bit. It tilts a bit.
Okay.
Oh, I think it works.
Scrambling. I'm on it.
All right.
Staying lowered so that I don't roll back into the water.
Here, Actually, Sep, grab that. Grab spear. Bring spear along.
Yes, yes, of course. I bend down and grab the spear. All right, got the spear. Good thinking.
Okay.
You have
You
the
climb in.
axes.
All right, climbing in. Do. Try not to rock the raft too much. I sit next to my brother, and also I get back up and extend a hand to pointy tooth to get on in with these.
He starts pushing against the sand. What did you say, boy? The water
You have
on his waist.
you have the chopping tooth, right?
Yeah.
Good. I think they can be very useful for a village.
Yes,
Oh,
we'll bring it back.
yes. He pulls over. Then he grabs your hand and
Thanks,
rolls onto the float. We have to wait again. Barkeeper should have thought of a way to control. You'll never know now.
Well, I say, what if we give this raft a little bit more speed, and I begin pushing and pedaling the side of the raft just to give a little bit more speed.
Yeah, if I can push onto wood, can you push spear into sand to push boat?
Yes, that'll help. Although we won't have all the sand when we're deep in the water. And I take the base of the spear and I jab into the sand and push and give us some lift and increase our speed out into the
You feel the
waters.
push. The spear pushes back as you move a bit faster, and Pointy Tooth goes to one side. Good idea, using hands.
And when he just gets one side, I get the other side, and together just paddling away.
I'm
just
sit
scared of
in the middle.
Shark coming back.
Yes, we got to be careful. Keep an eye out for that shark. Boy, can you make sure you keep an eye out while me and Pointy Tooth paddle?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Every now and then, Pointy Tooth. This arm's getting tired. Let's change sides.
Change sides, and we awkwardly kind of switch places. Try not to fall off the raft and not rock.
No, not my shoulder. Ow.
Sorry, brother. Didn't mean to step on you.
Yes, boy. Keep looking, boy.
He's
paddling the shore that you departed now, getting farther, and the main island, the tribe's island, getting nearer. Boy,
we're getting closer.
Yes, slowly but surely.
The getting closer slowly. Maybe 1 or 2 hours after that. Pointy Tooth is tired, but you are close enough, and you arrive at the shores of the tribe. Pointy Tooth is relieved. He climbs off the float, running towards the sand and dropping himself on the sand. Very red because of the sun.
He gets off the raft and just falls on my knees, kneeling on the sand and just hands on the sand as well. And all fours just taking a nice deep breath, almost unable to believe we're back. And I look towards my brother and pointed tooth and say, "We're home. We're finally home." Just collapse.
A big smile across my face, laughing openly. We actually made it. Yes. Even though amongst the pain, I make my battle cry of the praying bird, making sure if anybody on the highland can hear me, they know my presence.
Some far off, a reply. Arr, arr. There's people. They might be fishing.
I smile at the sound that my brother makes and the reciprocation that we are in fact home. I lay there in the sand, just catching my breath, trying to get my energy.
On the way back, where the woods start, some fellow kinsmen and some women as well. They approach, running, smiling and laughing. They're back! They're back!
My one good arm up. Guess who's back?
They quickly approach you like oh, your arm, and like looking around, they start helping you out of the sand and guiding you back to the village. What about the others? One of the women asked.
I look at the pointy tooth, and I look at my brother, and I look down, and I then look into the woman's eyes, and I say, "I'm sorry. They didn't make it."
Oh.
It was dangerous.
Oh.
It was treacherous. It was super hot. But we made it back. We will tell everything on the campfire.
Yes, there's plenty of story.
After a little bit of walking into familiar wilderness, your tribe with the bustling, as people see you, smiles and people yelling, coming out of the tent, the children running up to you, gathering about. Some of the other men have to make people stand back. A lot of people gathering about and talking. And amidst the many people talking, the names of Barkeeter and Six Toes can be heard. Soon after that, some wailing, crying. A woman is crying desperately, while some other young women try to console her. It's over. Six Toes tent, or his family's tent, as you are being guided to your own little side. Kids walking about. A young girl with a flower approaches you. You're back!
Yep, we came back, I say. And I found a couple more plants, something else for you too. And I pull out some purple berries and I gave her a handful. Here, this is from the other island. That's for you.
She reaches with making a cup with her hands. She starts smelling it, like smiling at you. But what happened to your arm? She points to your. There's a red ball on your shoulder.
Oh, it was an incredibly fierce battle.
I
It was
look at
coming
him.
at me from all sides. Huge bird, claws as big as my knife.
Did you?
Yeah, I took a hit, but don't worry.
She
I
like
killed
her
it and
eyes
shoot
get
it off.
wide and so even the adults like, some looking at you, Sep, and like back at a voice, another voice, silence, and people stop talking as they open a side to this old, very old man wearing skins and many adornments. This is the elder. Bring them to my tent. They will tell everything after. And using this staff with many bones and dried things onto it, rattling. You're guided. The three of you are guided to his tent.
Following.
They start to take care of you.
Dropping
I allow my
my
brother to go
bags to
first.
the floor, lifting myself from the weights of the rocks, and the other pouch I dig in to pull out some of the dirt I've picked up from the plains.
The old man, shaking a bit, grabs the dirt and squeezes it, smell it. He even gets a bit on his tongue.
I look at Sep.
Pointy
like,
Tooth
yeah.
looks at you, tired. He smiles at you, and the other. It's been years since Earth dirt like this. And slowly he grabs some roots and some. Here, young boy, brother Sep, chew this, and he, not very non-gently pushes it into your mouth. Chew this. Boy,
Going to town.
boy and Sep, you lay here. Especially you, Sep. And the shaky hand. I'll treat you.
Okay.
It's under the weird buck bark. He got a big cut.
He raises a hand like near your mouth. He starts undoing the bandages. You chew, boy. You chew. Talk after.
I stopped talking with a full mouth. Ashamed of myself.
I just lay there in
Some time
silence.
passes. He tends to your wounds in a caring, uncaring, ungentle way. At the same time, that is a very father-like way. After night, you have you get some free time before the big reunion around the fire, where the whole tribe, easy 200 and so heads, eager to listen to your stories.
I step forward first, and in front of the fire, surrounded by the tribe, there's a moment of silence. And I say, "Well, we had a, we have a, I have a, we all have a few stories to share. But the first thing that I want to say is, um, I just want to give my thanks towards Six Toes and Bark Eater for if they didn't come with us on this journey, if it wasn't for their sacrifice, we we possibly would have never made it back. And I want to take the time to say that they will be remembered, and their sacrifice was not in vain, for we found what we were looking for. And pause for a moment, and I share I looking at the others, boy, my brother, and Pointy Tooth. I talk about it and I share the story of the shark, how it came out of nowhere, and although we fought against it, it took 6 toes, and then we let it on the shore. And then
At the mentioning of the two fallen friends, tears on Boy's face, not holding it back, saying like to like the friends next to him that sat down on his side, they are heroes.
The
Letting
other
Seb
boy is
tell a story.
touching your back.
after I tell the story of the shark attack and we lost our first member, I then motion for either Pointy Tooth or my brother to also share a story as well, not wanting to hog the spotlight.
Boy waits, as it's custom, for the man to speak first.
Pointy Tooth stands up, walks near the fire, and he reinforces how his brother died. And he mentions 6 toes died like a man, protecting me and them. Boy and Sap are now like brothers to me. They protected me as I protected them. And although I am very sad to the loss of both my brother and a good friend, one of our brothers by tribe, Barkeeter, they've all died honoring this tribe. They died, but we will live because of them. And then he looks at Boy. And I've witnessed Boy being a man. I humbly request you, Elder, that you name Boy. And he stands back to the side of his mother. She's crying and he's consoling her. He nods at you, Boy.
I stand up and walk towards the fire. Unsure if I'm supposed to say anything or wait for the elder, like looking shifty-eyed, looking.
The elder, his face darkened due to so many wrinkles and ritualistic paint. He nods at you.
The island is full of mysteries and bugs, lots of bugs. Very annoying, I tell you. Keep the fire lit at night. Yes. But we have nuts. And I pull out a nut
Some people
out of
chuckle.
a nut out of my pocket. I throw a couple like to my friends and to the people who like catch them. And I break one open. The center is edible. And I lick it, making a show of it. A bit of the light-hearted comedy. And the fruits, they're yellow like the sun. Delicious. They grow on the trees. I don't have any. Too big for a pouch. But the animals, they can climb the trees and run across the plains. And I show off, like pulling it loose, some of the kiki leather that I've worked on the past few days. And I hand the best one to the elder as a gift.
People, and he grabs it, inspecting it. People muttering to themselves, like fruits, they got fruits. The land is good. The other then stands up. Is your tale you're done, boy?
There's
Or do you wish to speak more?
there's one thing with the, and I look at Sap of if I should mention it.
I just look into boys' eyes and I nod in approval.
I looked at the elder and I say with a serious voice, I stared at the wall and at the figures painting, drawn like man, holding spear, hunting birds, other animal.
People making tension as people are like, they start talking, and he raises his hand. Silence reigns his hand. The shaking, wavy hand. He walks closer to the fire, being front center. The land is bountiful. We shall prepare to migrate. There may be other people there, but we together we are strong. We shall have a feast tonight in memory of Six Toes and Barkeeter. As for you, he turns slowly, very thin figure, turns at you, boy. Your case about your manhood, he raises a finger. I'll ponder it. But what you've done today will not be forgotten. He shakes the ladder in front of you. Let us feast. Let us celebrate life. People start to get up, and some bone flutes, some little drums, hand drums. The song starts playing, and people starts to get merry and eat some fish, which is the most common food in this island. And we'll finish here. The 4-hour 4-hour game. We did it.
All right.
We did it.
We did it.
Somehow. Yeah.
We made it.
Any
Very
words
nice.
that you want recorded before we do the reflection? Before I end the stream? Anything
I'm
you
a
want the boys,
man.
the Discord to see?
Let's
You'll be
let's see.
discussed.
Do you guys want to talk about it like on video, or we can do it afterwards? I leave that up to you, Al.
I
Like
mean,
about the game in general.
anything that I'd like to have recorded. I guess one thing that one thing that I'd like to share is that I never played in a setting like this. It's based off of the animation series Primal, and it's really cool. I really enjoyed it. It's something that I liked. There was generally in this session. Please don't mind my dog.
No
In this
worries.
session,
It's
I
okay.
really liked the tension, the uncertainty, the dinosaur-like danger that is around every corner. But most importantly for me in this session, I guess if there's one thing that I really want to share is that I genuinely did feel like there was a sense of failure on as Sap, that I made this plan to try to reason with this wild dinosaur-like creature, and I guess expectantly it didn't go well, and because of that we lost. We lost a man that we didn't necessarily have to lose, and in a way, kind of being immersed in as the character, that kind of did strike a chord with me. So, and I think that's good. It really kind of, there was that moment, that sense of wow, like I this was primarily my plan. This group of men put their trust in me. It didn't go as planned, and we had a casualty. And it did feel like my fault in a way, And I guess that was a nice feeling of immersion, even though it may be on a more sorrow, regretful end. I think it really added something to the session and the story as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a great time playing with the system, seeing how it works. It felt pretty natural to play the Etera system in this way, and using the gaining wounds as a trait. Like I had dislodged the pained shoulder written down in case I ever need to use it for skill check. Like I made like a real quick roll. Was it by throwing shoulder or not? Like if I'm going to use it for my stone, just to make sure. And left it up to chance instead of just not trusting myself. I don't want to um, damage my character more than he needs to. So let me just roll real quick. Yeah, and I really love the setting as a whole package. It's so much fun to play as a stupid monkey boy who has no clue about the world. Like, yes, this faction, great idea. I will pour it all over the thingy. I'm sure you know what these words mean. Agriculture. I don't know what it is, but I think if you say the dirt is good, I believe you. And trying to break down words into simpler terms, because who can keep track of all these syllables anyways?
Not many, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to mention as well, it was a blast as well. I'm a bit tired. Usually I go for 2 hours. And,
Yeah.
we agreed before the game started. Let's see if we can wrap up this main thing here. And I don't know you, but I don't feel it was contrived on my part. I didn't feel like I pushed too hard. Oh yeah, we're wrapping up. So, but then I'll let you guys speak. But it was the whole being character thing all the time. It was very entertaining for me as a narrator as well. Watching it unfold, and there at the end, I was like, should I call it off now? But then I thought, no, I think there's still interesting things that can be taken out just of they arriving and giving their keep forgetting the word, not a report, giving their report, their
Tell their story.
accounting of what,
Right.
yeah,
Their account of the story.
and you guys did it, so it was pretty awesome. Pretty happy with it. I'll end this one here, the stream. Uh,